Welcome to today's continuation of Splatoon Raiders. It is our second day of play, although this will appear as video segment number 3, owing to an unfortunate disconnection that we had after one of the battles yesterday. But we are making steady progress, currently having finished the first major boss of the game and unlocked the spicy raids, although we're probably not going to look at them just yet due to some of the level scaling that's been advertised, even from the very first level onwards. I mean, level 14, maybe we can do the first one in spicy just to see what kind of change it is. We're on character level 18 right now, and on survivalist difficulty, certainly what we found is that we do sometimes have to overlevel a bit and stay ahead of the curve just to get past some of the more time-sensitive damage checks. However, the very first level back there in the Tomato Rocks, that might actually be feasible. I suspect that with the lower level that's advertised in some of these, that we could actually take a quick crack at them if we so wish, especially because we have been leveling our different setups somewhat unevenly so far, with our tactical tank way ahead of our speed and our power tanks. So that may be something that we want to look at. And currently we are stacking up some currency again at 1800 or so. I'm thinking that the next objective will just be to get that second gadget up on both of our other tanks, the speed and the power setups. Because when you do, and add one more tank on top of that, then we'll actually get, I think, a sizable bonus once we get to 7 total. So yeah, you spend 3,000, you buy 3, and then you get 5,000 back. So actually that's something that we should keep in mind as an objective. So given that, it may actually make sense to mess around a little bit with one or two of the spicy raids just to see what the tuning is like. We'll follow some of the recommended level tuning for now, just to make sure we don't bite off too much more than we can chew. Although, we can, at this point, afford the hideout ship level 2. This is something new, so this will cost us 1,000. We can't afford it immediately, which means that we could expand our choice of the gadgets as well. And maybe we should just go for this immediately, because it could expand our range of options a bit in a way that we'd like to see. However, we are a little bit behind in affording anything here. So yeah, we had a chance to play with the dash bomb at an earlier point. And Splatoonites are these ones that kind of defend you on the outside. Boomerang is a boomerang. Let me just make sure I don't overspend resources or something if we're trying to go for the ship construction. Yeah, because then if we buy it now, then we're not going to be able to afford the first gadget that I want to buy up. Because I was thinking we'll buy one, take it into one of the spicy levels to see how it goes, and see how we do from there. On the other hand, it might be fun to see what the cost is like on the remaining gadget. You know what, let's upgrade a ship first since we can. We can always regret it later. And just how is it going to look now? Let's see. Wow, that is pretty significantly expanded. Looking rather nice. Okay. Hideout ship has been leveled up. I wonder if there's level 3 past that. Although it doesn't look like there's an additional round of gadget unlocks, so perhaps not. Yeah, there will eventually be a level 3. Weapon scrapping, that's something we should look forward to. In fact, because we do have quite a lot of weapons to dispose of at some point. However, we haven't collected any of the relevant parts for it just yet. New gadget parts, that would help just to build our range. We don't really need to expand too much of a test range for the time being. That's maybe much less of a priority. Love how, of course, the next set of arcade games cost 2017. The first round cost 2015, the release year of Splatoon 1. 2017, of course, for Splatoon 2. And we'd expect 2022 for a third upgrade to take you to 4 games after that. So, now, given that, let's continue this way. And just one moment. Okay. Now, we've got a new outfit over here. I didn't even see what the requirement was for that. Probably the hideout upgrade level 2. Yeah, indeed, that's what it is. And calling for help, answering call for help. Yeah, some of the outfits are going to be locked behind. I get a multiplayer, but that's something that we'll think about at a later stage. I think we'll... oh, maybe go with that today. Why not? Just as a costume change for the moment. Okay, now, in terms of some of the new gadgets that are available... oh, you actually get to have a laser tether just to walk around and inflict some damage eventually. Jump bomb. And yeah, these cost a lot more though. 3,000 just to get started with those. So of course we should prioritize just getting a second gadget up at all for those respective builds. Bigger booms from higher heights. Essentially kind of a splashdown. Okay, in that case, I think what we will likely do is actually go over to a spicy version of Tomato Rocks just to see what it's like. And if we're going to do that, let's figure it out. We want to run a build that's actually good or power up something that's a little bit laggard at the moment. And we actually have more slots to fill over here. Yeah, because that slashes and gets you out of trouble. We might want to adjust a little bit, though, to go for damage instead. Because what if we go for this? Just to optimize a bit. Actually, we still have points to do as much with it as possible. And do we still want to go with this weapon here? We actually do have a new splatter shot that's a little bit upgraded in damage, so I think we'll take that for sure. And yeah, we'll keep what we have at the moment here. Might be interesting to build into the letter opener later on. Now, if we're slashing around like that, yeah, let's just play. Now, how do I switch to the spicy version? Here we go, right on spicy. And yeah, Xeon, you think summons are pretty rad enemy designs, especially when we don't have to deal with the flyfish, since it's not like we have bombs to toss it anyway. But it's true, in this game they've elaborated upon the design of the summons with some of the new additions to the cast. And this scrappy aesthetic overhaul of all of them, really. Okay. Oh, I see. You actually have to deal with the hard versions of things like the scrapper just on the field now. That's interesting. Okay, well, we better run around then and do this properly. So that's what's different. Okay. And of course we just use our abilities on cooldown when we can. They do seem to move faster? No, not really. I mean, we just see tougher versions of everything to some extent, but that said, it was reasonably normal. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay, we'll just slap. Here we go. Yeah, this is our first time looking at any of the spicy encounters, having just unlocked it at the end of our previous session, so... Oh, we need to deal with that stinger. Oh, not great. It's okay. Okay, that took care of itself, except we do need to deal with the scrapper. Let's flap it open and crack it from behind. Okay, this is pretty reasonable. Whoa. We need to get rid of the stinger first, it's just too much of a problem. And the other one. You know what? Let's actually get out of trouble. Do a shiver. I mean, we're stocking up on power eggs so much faster than usual that we should take advantage of that as well. Yeah, you're saying these spicy levels are part of why you think progression is relatively smooth. Yeah, you have options at any given time, a much wider range of options at this point. It's kind of interesting to me that you have these character level requirements that are suggested. Even though it's not like there's a flat stat scaling or anything for the enemies, I don't think so anyway, from what we've seen. But that just from their numbers and density and combination, there's a steady escalation in difficulty that is still something measurable, I guess. Or something that you can calibrate according to what a recommended character power is. What I'm saying essentially is that you should actually be able, if you're skillful enough, to take on spicy levels way below the recommended level if you know what you're doing, perhaps. But we don't know that for a fact yet, because of course on Survivalist I've found that for anything timed, we do need to get ourselves up and level a bit just for any damage checks. Oh, let's grab the crates over there. If what I'm saying makes any sense. Anyway, let's over. Still need to get into the habit of repositioning the bot. That's something that we're underusing tactically. Yeah, it is a technical leap, a subtle technical leap that you have. These curved surfaces on the open. Not that it makes a huge impact in gameplay terms in terms of what we're playing, but it is something noticeably new for the series. Yeah, it's kind of nice when we don't have time pressure on these levels in terms of... Whoa, might get out. Oh, no, we were in danger the whole time. No escape. Okay. These need to go down now. There we go. Whoop. Danger. Okay. Bot's gonna hold it down with a poke. Yeah, you've been learning the squid roll properly, and it's of such a big help later in the campaign. Yeah, I played a good bit of side order, and that's one thing that you can absolutely pick up if you remember to do it. Something I actually tend to underuse. But I was playing quite a bit of side order very actively even until recently, so it's a very natural step from that. Okay, that went pretty well actually, so let's see how we're doing on a treasure. And we have a cycle brush. And we've also got more shards too. Perhaps buy up some additional gadgets when we want to. At some point we'll go Splatlights or Spin Wheel to get us out of trouble. But for now, let's continue. Yeah, so at this point, we'll check that off. We'll follow the level requirement, I think, and take it easy. Maybe do this one next, and then eventually proceed to whatever was next. What was next, anyway? Over here, that's going to be 15... Was that even on the menu? Yeah, it was down below. Oh, yeah, that's right, because we haven't done that one yet, hence why it only shows the first difficulty so far. Okay, we'll follow the level curve, perhaps. Maybe even work with the brush. I mean, it depends. We haven't played brush at all this game yet, so... Yeah, as young, you said one thing you think is relatively unique to Splatoon as a third-person shooter is how relatively short-range all the weapons are. You basically have to get close to enemies to deal damage. And it works well for the Salmon Sword being threatening. Yeah, and the thing is, while certain long-range weapons, the Chargers, the Splatlings, etc., are pretty good against weak points on certain enemies, the thing is, you don't have consistent enough uptime on things like the Charger to really maximize the DPS that you can get out of it, unless you're very, very good. And I find that in the timed arenas as well, because they're so bounded geometrically that sometimes, you know, just being able to get enough turf down and escape and create enough space is a real challenge. That balances out the range of the weapons quite nicely. Okay. We may play around with the brush in a bit, but let's stick with something a a little more reliable while we're still figuring things out here. I think at this point I actually do want to get something like a secondary going. And whoops. Oh, gadgets over at the other table. Been kind of curious about Booyarang here, perhaps. There's a way to get you out of trouble. Let's play Booyarang for a little bit just to mess around with it. It's a big power spike to finally just have 2 gadgets instead of 1. And we'll play speed for the next level. Yeah, these are just way, way behind at this point because we've been focusing on tactics for most of the game. But that's alright. Oh, I see. Yeah, because to power this up, you have to combine it with powering up the other tank as well. So that actually is an incentive to get this at least past 30k, even if it's not the full 50k. And then you can mix and match a little bit. For now, though, let's just play around a little bit. Oh, I rather like the gadget recovery with speed. And let's put the... I actually think I might want to swap these. Although we'll have to get used to it with Blast Boot. Does that really make sense? Yeah, because, you know, if you're firing this, then you... But separately. Well, we might have to get used to that a little bit, but... You have movement on left hand, attack on right hand. Maybe so. I don't know if that'll feel natural. Actually, no, let's swap it back. I'm thinking about how to use these in conjunction with each other. Because the thing about the R button is that it feels a bit more natural to kind of manual aim something like a bomb in previous games. Maybe we'll go with that instead. I'd better customize this a little bit. And we'll just max it out for a moment. Persistent Booyarang. And then you can make ink with it, which is great. We'll see if it feels natural. And just play around a little bit. Oh yeah, this is the wide open level where you can just hit each point as much as you want before you have enough power eggs. And you can, whoa, that's looking very salty. The Rang looks pretty good with that though. It just stays on it. Oh. Yeah, we'll save the jump for a situational escape just because that makes a bit more sense when you have a reliable sub-weapon attack on cooldown already. Yeah, I actually kind of like the boomerang on L. Just tap it and not think too hard about it. The Booyarang, as it were. Okay, let's grab some of this. Oh, I was trying to flank it. And then if it's stationary like that, it makes sense to go Booyarang just to continue to pop it a little bit. Okay, that worked out. Emergency activation. interesting. And we'll continue to go for crates as usual. Just in case there's anything interesting. Flamingo splatter shots. Anything on that end? No, let's just keep going. Actually, yeah, no, we could have just done a normal jump through that. That's okay. And then just one moment. Okay. Okay, stinger first. Not dealing with it. Just give ourselves enough room to jump. Yeah, the nice thing about doing this kind of crystal mining level, or power egg accumulation level rather, on Spicy is that the meter does tend to fill up pretty quickly, it seems. Yeah, instead of using both gadgets at once, the way we would if we were really keen to maximize damage under time constraints, it does make a great deal of sense to just save the jump for emergencies instead. I just realized that this lets you roll ink down in a line. You push these, you just drip and leave a trail ahead of you, which is nice to see. Okay. Wasn't actually expecting to get up into an updraft like that, but we'll take it. And we'll just get Shiver to slap that for us. Now the question is, whether we want to fill up all the way to the 7600 just to continue grinding up for a little bit and get the double Spirelight bonus. That as well. Again, as I observed when we first landed on this level, it's no surprise that this was the first level introduced after the ability to play multiplayer was unlocked, because the openness of it, I think, does lend itself quite naturally to having a co-op squad just run around as much as they want until they're sick of it. Whoop. Okay, let's get out. Of course, you could always dive in with that too and deal damage. Yeah, and the thing about having some additional attacks and cooldown is that if you're out of ink, you can still get yourself out of trouble, which is nice. Because unlike the bombs in past games, they don't deplete your resource bank. It's a big change, actually, that you don't need to balance your ink management between your main weapon and sub-weapon like you used to. You just have it available on cooldown. And so you don't find yourself trying to get out of trouble with a bomb and then running yourself out of ink immediately. Anyway, we are ready for the drill objective, but I think we might as well play until we fill this up a little bit. Since we're here. Let's go across this way. Okay. Don't know if that's going to be particularly effective. However, we almost have Shiver's power up, so let's maybe do that. Bust right through armor. Whoa, that was not great. That's okay. We made it. Yeah, because we can stack up a good amount of currency here. Damage surge. Getting some better rarity on some of the gadget modifiers and other delights that we've been looting as well. And then we'll just go point to point here and see what other trouble we can get up to. No need to go too risky with a jump just yet. Let's just keep things steady here until we have an opportunity to flank this in the back. And here we are. We'll probably want to pop Shiver's special in a moment here, but let's take out anything minor first that we can deal with independently before we go for the big guy. Oh, defeat the enemies first, that's fine. We'll do it. And really take the opportunity to farm up resources in Noble Silver. Okay, it's been pretty relaxed. We'll maybe hit up one more point and then cash in the final crystal after that. Whoop, just get out. That was A little reckless, letting the enemies take down their own tower. Alright, and let's wrap it up when we get there. Yeah, actually having the boomerang available is... the boomerang, rather, has significantly improved the experience of playing the speed. And you have a sort of emergency reserve power, but also just a regular source of damage on cooldown that flows very naturally with it. I don't know how well it would do with some other weapons, but certainly with Splatter Shot seems to synergize quite well. And we got a new roller, balloon roller. Here's not a big guy. We'll loot everything we can because we can. And then we're at ×2 for D shards at the end as well. That bonus also seems to apply, so. Here we go. That's a generous amount, and we can buy those 2 additional gadgets we were talking about to get that plus 5,000. And look at that, we finally got a Umbrella here. As well as a level 15 roller as well. Yeah, quite a vast improvement in some of our available weapons. Shiver wants a word. Oh, because we increased the support level. Okay, so we'll learn more about Shiver when we finally catch up on reading the scrolls. And at the moment, I think more gadget development is in the cards. So definitely we want to get a second one to go with this here. And Splatterlights has something to get you out of trouble. Work well here. I mean, you know, Splatshit is kind of an escape as is to some extent, but all of these look pretty interesting, actually. I mean, we're so close to getting this one too. But once we get a plus 5,000, that'll sort out some of those issues. I think we'll just stick with a consistent 2 per build right now until we've got some more currency to work with. So yeah, Spin Wheel at least gives you a bit more range on this. I think we're going Splatterlight still, a bit more defensive. And actually, eventually, because when we level up this tank as well and get a chance to attach an additional power tank, we should think about some of the options we want for that. Yeah, high fiver seems a bit situational, but let's actually go with a spin wheel. And the idea is that since we should be up to 7 gadgets at this point, we'll cash in and then get even more options. So, for example, oh, seaweed camo. Where is the seaweed camo? Ah, for developing gadgets, yeah, of course. We'll keep what we have for the time being. You're saying that empty 6 slot is intriguing. Splatoon has a history of not filling in its slots. Oh, in terms of the layout, naturally making you think that there could be an additional level beyond that, yeah. Well, we'll get there and see eventually. So it makes sense to maybe get power tank up to 30k just to hit that requirement before the next super tactical unlock, but let's take a look here just to try out some things. And we'll optimize later. And it might even make sense just to replace the splatchet if it doesn't work well. For example, if you're running, I don't know, ink brush or something, maybe you want to diversify and have something that's not splatchet to give you a different range on a different attack. Who knows? Let's actually try these out for just a moment. I want to test out the damage on them. Eventually we'll want to get the infinite target dummy because otherwise you can't really see what's going on sometimes. Yeah, it's not a high amount of damage, but the thing is it could get you out of trouble. Oh, that's quite nice. But what about that lock-on we were talking about? Just want to see how it works. Ah, okay, so you can do the lock-on and then it'll chase like that, and will it stay on it? Not really, it'll just spin towards it. Ooh, good final explosion on it. I rather like that one, despite the long time it could take. I mean, we're not firing against moving targets right now, so it's hard to get a sense of that functionality. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, makes sense if we do it like this to put the attack on R and, well, maybe, I don't know. We just need to get used to getting any gadget on any button and making it feel comfortable. Because I guess, you know, if you're in the middle of shooting and then you want something on L that you want to activate while you're still attacking. Maybe. Doesn't matter too much. But let's see here. Let's grab the reward for having spent that much. So that's what we're going for here. We actually only need 2 more to get 10k, which is great because we can afford that. We can do that right now, in fact. That's easy. Because then we can just grab this one because it costs 1,000, and then one of the higher tier ones beyond that. I didn't actually like using the dash bomb that much when we played the one level featuring it. Oh, I actually don't have the right collectibles for that one yet, but we do have the meteor mid for the splashdown. That's another get you out of trouble. one there that's... Well, I mean, since we can build it, we might as well build it. Pick up that 10k for later. Makes a certain amount of sense. Or we just build this because it costs very little. The high fiber. We'll eventually want to get everything anyway, so... But yeah, if we loot really good modifiers for things, then we can go for those. I think we want to get the meteor mid. Serious Exile, you're saying you regret not going Survivalist because you keep doing all the spicy levels and end up over leveled? Yeah. Yeah, like I was saying, because the difficulty scaling is the enemy types and numbers and so on, but not really the enemy stats, right? That it doesn't seem conceivable to me, particularly on lower difficulties, that you could challenge anything you want, never mind a recommendation. And... Ooh, we got C-less camo. So yeah, at this point, I kind of wonder... We have this for customization. I don't have any parts for it, but the thing is, if we use it, then maybe we get those parts. And we just have a natural splashdown to get out of trouble. Just thinking about which button makes sense for it. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go with that. In lieu of Splatolites, and we can see what the damage number is like on it by default. Yeah, that's absolutely going to be something for emergencies. In fact, given that it is for emergency, maybe we should put on R, or... No, we'll leave it as is. Just need to find something that we can get used to. Let's go back here. And actually, the next one is very affordable. Although it doesn't give you a refund in Spiralite, it'll give you that other premium currency instead. It's the next collectible. And weapons, we'll need a lot more weapons before we get to the 5k for that. Summoners, we're kind of getting close. And it's said that only those who fulfill their shark summoning destinies are worthy enough to be called shark tamers. Bonding with Master Mega. Okay, let's keep what we have here. We need more resources to be doing much of anything. I mean, we can afford the high fiver. Maybe we should just get it. Oh, flyfish actually are in this. Look at the icon for the enemy part that you need to collect. So at some point we will need to deal with flyfish, but the thing is how we do that as single player without bombs, we'll just have to find out. So yeah, let's just grab it anyway. Why not? We have more options available. And yeah, Xeon, you're saying the main things that Survivalist changes is enemy aggression and damage. That seemed to be what was vaguely indicated by the difficulty description at the start. And we definitely have been feeling that in spite of not bothering to upgrade HP at all so far. Do we want more gadget parts slots? It's kind of tempting. I love just plugging in better and better modifiers, but yeah, we will proceed to the next level, of course, after this, but we'll take a look here first and just go main damage. And we can't really afford much of anything Except I do want the unbreakable target. Oh, and yeah, these ones allow you to just power up to testings repeatedly, which is also useful. Okay, in that case, let's actually get a few of these. Since we'll be able to earn that back pretty quickly. Might as well make our lives easier here. I haven't not been spending on weapon upgrades at all anymore just yet, but we'll see what we can play. I may actually go Rella for the next level just to mess around with it. Although we haven't really been playing Roller at all. Actually, Roller makes a certain amount of sense with... Oops, there we go. What's that one? Developing gadgets. Yep. So yeah, we'll go with the setup. We'll also go with Brella. And where's my infinite dummy? There it is. Yeah, in the close range, we'll get a nice little shotgun blast off it. Might work nicely with weapons that we have here. I think, actually, it's going to feel more natural to swap these. Let's do that. Splash down whenever you like. Actually, no, because you can just use the splash down and cooldown. Maybe it... Well, hang on. Keep changing my mind about this. Yeah, let's see what feels natural. Eventually we'll add the third button to it as well, I'm sure. So, let's finally progress. We haven't progressed at all in the game yet. I'm not ready to take on this one on hard just yet because, again, this was the one that we had to level grind from level 5 up to 12 or something just to beat the original version and beat the timer because the timer was rather tight. We can, however, take a look at... yeah, do we want to go dens? Let's go with the next level first. Oh, and also we want Big Man's bond, right? So let's go Big Man. Because we don't have our bond leveled up with him yet. And we'll keep this for the time being. Okay, after all that setup, let's finally play. Yeah, and you're saying, granted, given the huge scale of swarms, something as seemingly simple as in the changes to Survivalist, the enemy stats do have huge effects. Yeah, they really do. Anyway, the umbrella launch speed is a little slow here, but I don't think I mind. Well, it's actually quite slow. It's kind of the Tentabella class, but seems even slower than those. We'll eventually climb. It looks like that's the purpose of this level, is that we finally get to do a bit more Splatoon platforming. Oh, and look at that. You can protect yourself against a stinger. That's wonderful. And you can actually approach. Take that. I'm sure we'll eventually be able to buff the meteor speed on that. Yeah, because you can even stay behind Umbrella and use your subs to get some work done. Oh, here's Flyfish. Okay, that might be a bit of a concern. But it doesn't open up with those spots the way it usually does. You can just stop it and put the boxes on the outside. So Flyfish is going to be a little different necessarily in this game because it's probably the hardest thing to deal with in Pace Helm and Run because it actually requires cooperation. Cooperation and accuracy at the same time. It really does take a certain measure of trust that among strangers is hard to come by. And then incline over there. This is not a Mario style wall jump. Yeah, actually those are more fragile than I might have thought, so. Oh, Umbrella is so nice against the stingers. Very, very nice. Yeah, the thing is, the base gameplay of Splatoon is fundamentally so great that, you know, you can get so much out of Splatoon just by varying up format and incentives and progression structure and such while keeping the actual gameplay itself very, very consistent. While introducing a lot of new toys, of course, but this is not how we progress because I'm going to slip. Oh, that's bad. Bad idea. Hang on. Never mind. It'll take more than that to finish this off. We do need to go back this way. There we go. Totally misread that. Yeah, the pain of a bomb rolling out of Flyfish baskets, exactly. And while everybody's also going for the same basket. Ooh, look at that. Stinger Tower. Umbrella up, please. We're just saying Umbrella is great against this. Let's actually maybe put that to the test. Whoa. A big stack Stinger. Yeah, unfortunately, losing that one attempt on silliness just now, jumping off the cliff, may cost us here. Okay, no, we can make it. There we are. That was unwise, but we got it. And what was down in this area here? We'll mine this, obviously, and it looks like the level might continue from here. Let's take a look first. Actually, no, this is just another spawn point for the same area. I'm just making sure we didn't miss any crates, particularly lore scroll crates. Because we haven't really seen them in a while, for quite some time now, and that in itself is suspicious. Oh yeah, okay, so this actually just lets you go back and forth to skip around in this combat zone. Drill till we get our fill. And the income has really picked up. The unleaded 4K. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Little tail. Yeah, because at this point, the shard income just scales up across the board. And we'll have compass. And therefore another compass level. And we'll want more fly fish bins in order to craft that other thing we were looking at. But in the meantime, also, we've got almost nothing here so far. We'll have to build that up steadily as we play for power. And slash area up this way if we have the point for it eventually. Okay, let's stay with what we got for the moment. And oh yes, I was going to look up this variant of the fly fish because do I even see it here? Big stack was down there. Oh, wonder why we don't seem to have an entry for it. Big shots. Probably need to take out a few more, perhaps. Anyway, here's the big stack. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, there we are. Leaps off the tongue. That's going to be using speed. Okay, that's using the jump bomb. And oh, I see. Yeah, using this jump bomb. Let's do a little damage check on it. There we go. Okay. Oh, you can actually have, yeah, because you do have 2 charges on it. That's important. This is what this part teaches you, in fact. You can bank up the second charge for jumps as necessary. Oh, no, hang on. Let's wait for the second charge. Just a moment here. There we are. Okay, just in case. No need to go too quick here. We'll just use the jump bomb to get us out of trouble where necessary. You might want to ride on top of it. Well, no, maybe not. Yeah. Okay, scout ahead. Yeah, we can do that. It's a bit of a stop and go to it. Oh, it was trying to ride on top of the middle here, but that didn't quite go. Well, we don't need to. It's not really necessary. Try that. Whoops. Totally missed. Because I want to see if I can land Oh, yeah, we can, but I slipped off. You know what? That was dangerous, but we made it. Let's just do it the easy way. Okay, we better save both charges for this. While we take a look ahead. Yeah, because we'll need to cycle through this and wait for the charges to back and occasionally pick up the replenishments here. There we go. Nice and easy. Okay, at this point, we'll keep on going for damage. I mean, eventually, given the number of upgrades that you can get until the next limiter release, we are going to wind up building HP, but I am prioritizing damage for the time being. We'll see what we want to do next. Let's look at this. Yeah, attempting to go for the den next. There are 2 dens to go for. The thing about dens is that because of the time pressure to get things down, that we may actually want to overlevel them slightly to get a better sense of what we're doing. We can also go for some of the spicy ruins that we've bypassed before if we would like to give that a try, but actually no, we'll just go for these, but then let's think about whether I do want the current setup that we have. Let's go for some tempera, or we'll find in there. But we'll change our setup first. Hammercraft, that's probably just for building things. Let's take a look. What even was that? Oh, for sampler dungeons, yeah. So yeah, for a den, do we keep this or do we go back to tactics? Let's give this a bit of thought. Well, let's see what it is first. Because the splashdown might get us out of a lot of trouble. We'll stick with the umbrella. Yeah, if the setup doesn't work well, we'll just change it. Yeah, not altogether that bad. I don't want to watch the timer, but that's the kind of thing. Not even using the splashdown yet on cooldown, but I'm trying to save it for situations that are perhaps more critical. That was actually a bit of a waste. You had to mind that timer, though. Wow, that went really well. Like, really well. And then, yeah, you have to. The big man let you go first before you continue. Since he can dig out the treasure. That was really smooth. That's sort of along the main progression though, so we were expecting that to be one of the easier ones. Yeah, still nothing for the meteor. I guess we need to keep playing. Well, I see, and then when you have duplicates, they get scrapped. Because, of course, duplicates hadn't really been much of an issue up to this point since we just hadn't collected very many gear upgrades. But now we're beginning to see a few redundancies. Let's keep going. And we'll keep on going for power. Yeah, no new upgrades for the ones that we're currently running, so we'll just keep it as is. Do we want to change the relic powers around at all? For speed, perhaps? I think this is okay. I like what we have. Oh, it looks like it's another more open level. That might be interesting. We'll take a look at this den first, I think. Oh yeah, steel eel all over the place. Yeah, we need to not let too many of them mob us at once. I'm sure that might be the issue here. We'll go around and catch them. Yeah, we probably should have gone tactic for this one, actually, just to make sure we get a chase here. Okay, you know what? But we splashed the tails like this. Totally missed. Totally didn't work. Okay, hang on. Gotta get out of trouble here. I was going slowly there. And having been broken down to danger. I think. Yeah, this setup has not worked well with this. We need to do a lot better when it comes to actually getting rid of the eels. I suspect Umbrella might not actually be very good for this one either. Yeah, because when you're in danger, you do need to get out of the broken armor effect. It's something that we also not been paying enough attention to. So tactical makes a lot of sense here because of Bumbloons. In fact, Bumbloons seem to be a very natural fit for this. We're not going to make time. This level is actually kind of screaming for turrets and Bumbloons, in fact. So let's change the setup. I guess we should eventually save some of the favorite setups as well, but to a certain extent, roller might actually make sense here for getting you in and out of trouble. Let's figure this out first. Let's go with the tactics tank. Yeah, and this is already maxed out. I don't know that explosive placement will matter too much here. But we'll keep it as is, perhaps. Let's keep that instead. Ditch the fire rate for the moment. And let's go for one of the shots. The bottle spotter shot 117. Because then it'll be able to get us into trouble a little faster. I was starting to go roll around this, actually, just to get some space, but let's go with that. And yeah. Oh. Our targeting has not really been working out here, but let's... Oh. Oh. Get out. Need to let the turrets do some work here. Whoa, too much. We're actually reasonably close with 20 seconds remaining. It is still doable. Perhaps if we are careful about it. Whoop. That was an unnecessary dip. Oh, we could have done this. We could have done this. This setup works in theory. The bomb balloons are not as effective as I wish because we have not been positioning them well enough. This is absolutely doable. We were really maybe 2 eels off from victory there. Escape, escape. Come on. Get out. This way. I actually think going speed for this level might even be better. Because then you can get to jump out of position. But you would think that turrets would be better than we've been able to show off here. Here we go. Yeah, yes. Okay. Why don't we just go big man here? And try to pop power X full. There we go. Big man to the rescue. Just need to flank with big man, and that actually worked out quite nicely. Big man's kind of perfect for this, actually. Just being able to steer around invincibly rather. Yeah, we haven't built anything into the high fiver yet. We'll see about that and mess with it later. What do we get here? Another splatter shot. And another outfit somewhere. Dens. Okay. Let's look for that. So this looks like it's going to be another open mega crystal level. Makes me think that we should still try to push this towards the 30k in preparation for continuing with the medical tank. And do we still want to go to the shot or back to the umbrella? Let's see. I'm going to go back to the umbrella. It's been a fun one to play. Especially when you're not in claustrophobic, time-sensitive situations. That looks new. Get the stinger out of the way though. There's a scroll. I haven't seen one of these in a while. So much for Sparky. Oh, that's a bit dangerous there. Okay, what was that? Go umbrella against it and go around. We do a big man up and running for when we need him. I see another stinger up top that we'll probably try to approach at some point, but we'll take this side out first. Yeah, I'm sure that we can eventually modify the meteor to sort of charge up time out of it, but this is a bit long. We go. Yeah, we've been through all of this already. Let's go back up. Once we take out a scrapper here, perhaps. Okay, we're going big man for this bit. This is a faster approach. Drill is ready, but we will keep going. And some more. And we'll jump over to the other side. Looks like there's going to be a scroll available there as well, but let's take this stuff out first. Oh, it looks like there's actual wind that goes up there from the other side, so you don't just need to... Well, maybe, let's see. Can we actually approach from here? Not quite. We do need to go the other way, unless, of course, you had that jump item, that gadget that would allow you to boost up there with the jump bomb. But it seems like this is the way instead. And anything else up there? No, not really. Okay, getting a little bit dangerous here, perhaps. When we're actually over the main objective already, maybe we should just keep it, but... No, that's okay. We'll take the risk. But not where we needed to be. Let's be careful now, since we can't lose any more attempts. Yeah, Stinger is the main problem, but if it is the main problem, then we'll come big man against that and just try to approach and get it out of the way. Well, danger. Playing it A little too risky here, but... You see a red note over there. And we'll give it a go. Good luck, party. Oh, that's quite a party. Okay, slamming lid. I want to slam it. Just slamming lid. Maybe not that quickly, but okay. That was... Wait. Alright, come on, slamming lid. Slam, slam, slam. There we go. And we'll keep going and start to work our way back to the main objective eventually. Oh, this is getting dangerous. Really dangerous. Am I gonna lose? Oh, we're gonna lose. When we were well over the line for the objective too. That's okay, we'll try it again. Actually leveled up the power tank quite a ways, and so... Yeah, that was careless, just falling into the water there twice at the end. Still not looting anything for... what we want, but... well, we got something bigger for the spin wheel at least. The question is, do we still want to go Brella for this, or... it's been pretty good, actually. We just didn't play it well. Let's keep at it, because I think this will get us over the line for the 30k we were looking for the power tank. Does feel a little bit slow sometimes to go Brella here, but maybe we can make it work. Yeah, we had some careless moments there that could be avoided. Yeah, the turfing with the Brella does feel a little bit sluggish, just given how bulky it is. Yeah, and once you have the scrolls, the boxes revert to normal boxes. Again, we still don't have a good idea of how to track which levels still have scrolls available to collect, but we'll figure that out at some point. Oh, need to watch out for explosives. I do have some ink problems here. Come on, get down here. And we'll have Big Man available for when we need him. Danger. Didn't even see this fly fish was still up and running here, but let's be a little more careful. Oh, whoops. That was an accidental activation. Didn't mean to blow to stop. But that's okay. We'll have it back by the time we need it again. Not going for the drill yet. We'll go for more objectives as usual. As recklessly as possible. Okay, let's get around here. Let's let him get out of here. Been having some trouble baiting them. Again, we'll go big man to go for the stinger first. That seems to make most sense. You know, why don't we just use the big man jump? Or the bot jump, rather, to snipe these from above. That's something that you can't do in normal salmon run that is still very much available here that we haven't really stopped to think about. Maybe we should have picked up the last ring over there. I don't know if that has any effect on what objectives spawn. We didn't get the rare one this time with the Cohawk Swarm, but maybe that'll come. Bit messy, but we made it. Let's mind water this time so we don't just take a dive unnecessarily. Spinook Swarm. Oh, what happened there? Can't even see what caught me. Okay, we're full. Let's pop this and go back to the main crystal. And by main crystal, I mean diverting to everything shiny that we see along the way first. Totally needlessly. Do we dare? Yes, we do. And as usual, we're going to do a close approach up here using Pigman. Perfume Squelcher. We actually hadn't found a Squelcher yet up to this point. Always loved playing Squelchers. Jet Squelcher was the closest thing we had to a main weapon back in Splatoon 1. And yeah, sure, let's loop back down and take the long way from our loot. Since it's on the way anyhow. We can regret it later. Maybe we should just go for the main objective at this point. That's maybe unnecessarily dangerous, but we're totally gonna blow it, just watch. Okay, let's get back to the main node as soon as we can here. And by as soon as we can, of course, I mean after fighting all this. Swim out of here, come on, get out. Okay, we should probably finish it before we get into too much trouble. And that absolutely gets us over the line for 30k on power tank, which puts us in course to level up tactics as well. We got another unleaded 4k, and look at that, it's a 3-star rarity on the Perfume Squelcher. We'll probably play Squelcher, even with a level down. And Meteor Mitt finally gets something to work with. That is long overdue. And yeah, lots that we can do with the spin wheel as well. Let's see. How much of a point budget do we have currently? We can add direct hits. Perhaps We're at 16 points right now. We need to spare 1 point. That's a pretty big drop, though, from 42% to 15. So we do this. And then add a bit here. And when we eventually have some more points, we'll get vertical damage back in order. But now that seems to work a lot better. Yeah, we're going to play Squelcher for a bit. And then we'll be able to improve this somewhat. We'll keep all that for the time being. Big Man wants upgrades. All the currency that we've been stashing. Art development is available now. Could be helpful. But we'll see, because I don't want to spend the resources that we don't have much of yet until we've gotten a little further with the upgrades that we may be going for. So yeah, let's go 4 main damage. Yeah, because we might want to save the smoker's tank for the time being until we get a little further with this. Okay. Let's proceed. Now we can move on, but there are some other choices that we have as well when it comes to some of the spicy levels, perhaps. Might be interesting to take a look at the buried runes and see what it's like on 17. The first one, the Chowder buried runes. See if we can get over the required damage. That is a big reward for it, in fact. Let's take a look. Okay, time is of the essence. Let's stay back if the Squelcher allows me to. Clear some space. Squelcher, I think, works really well with balloons, just given the range we have. And we've got a raid. Welcome in, the gaming's age. Hope you've been doing well. We'll give you a shout out in a moment when I actually have hands to spare. Whoa, danger. Balloons are fantastic for flanking these scrappers, of course. And I think we'll be over the line for the rigs here. So give me one moment to give you a shout out. Hope Star Fox has been going well on your end. I don't know if you're still working on challenges or high score runs or whatever else, but hope it's been fun. And yeah, we finally got around to Splatoon Raiders this weekend. We've been playing entirely on Survivalist so far, and now we're doing the spicy raids on Survivalist, which has been something new. Just getting a sense of what the difficulty tuning is going to be like for us here. Oh, let's pop this. There we go. Okay, need to flank the scrapper. There we go. Almost. Let's watch out a bit here. We do have big man's power available when I need it, but let's get rid of some of these guys first. Okay, Stinger's got to get out of the way. Let's go around and see if we can approach. If we can't approach, we'll go big man and just go towards it with Manta Ray. Manta Dance. Dangerous. Still dangerous. But we should be over the line pretty shortly. Maybe one more. These eggs. Yeah, it's spicy, but we're having fun with it. And we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I feel like the timer is probably going to be more of a concern than anything, but this is Big Man's time to shine. Let's take down all of that stuff, and Big Man's fast enough that we can go round 2 to really take advantage of the special. Do this properly. Oh yeah, look at how quickly it's going down. That went down really fast. That went very well. Toy Claw Blaster, that's interesting, that's new. Big man to the rescue. Okay. And that's a lovely bit of loot over there. So yeah, we actually have an even more powerful Squelcher, a more powerful version of the Perfume Squelcher we're already using, so we'll probably swap over to that. Blaster's looking good as well. I've never been that good at playing blasters, but you know, we'll take it. You finally beat everything in Star Fox. So all challenges, expert runs, all that stuff. Congratulations if so. I've done the normal challenges, but not the expert ones yet. And I don't have expert medals yet, either. We got all the normal medals, but there's still lots and lots to play in Star Fox. Whenever I choose to go back to it, but you know, it's a good long-term game in many ways, so. Okay. We built too much here. Let's get the upgrade here first. So we're going full glass cannon, as you can see here. And yeah, you got all of it. Congratulations. I've been playing Star Fox entirely in the co-op mode by myself, so we could use the mouse aim in third person. And of course, there are certain things that you can't do quite as well as when you're just playing standard. Like the charged unlocked shots, there isn't really a good solution for that with mouse. But for the most part, we found that to be something fun and unique. And look at that, even more rewards. We finally have the fly fish in the log. I haven't even seen them here yet. We don't, but... Oh, here they are. Okay. Yeah, so these fly fish are not bombable, which is why I wanted to read about them, because they are a bit different this time. You attack the pilot in the cockpit. And the missile launchers themselves are immune. Yeah, so it's solo-friendly fly fish. And you just need to go for the pilot. Not for the boxes themselves. Okay, good to know, because, again, that's new this time. Yeah, how have I been liking the multiplayer in Star Fox? I haven't had a lot of time in it yet. I've enjoyed the time that I've had with it, but it's one that I feel like I've barely even begun to understand how to play properly in some ways. But it's one of those where the maps are open enough that there are lots of objectives to always pursue in terms of how you want to help the team. and that's always fun design. So yeah, that's something I should spend more time on, but we just haven't really been doing so much of that recently since I've been swapping around so many games in quick succession. It's been a very, very dense summer. Anything new that we can use here? No, I think we... Fine, but weapon-wise... this squelcher's got a 440 on it. This is the exact same weapon, but 461. We'll go with that. Yeah, squelcher and bomb balloons work beautifully together. And we've got even more sniping that we can do at some point if we want to go back to playing charger like we did in the early game. We might build up more of the test area as well, but for now we'll stick with what we have and see what we'll close out next. Probably going for the next buried ruins. We're just basically going by recommended level order, more or less. So that being level 17, we'll take a look at that next. Oh yeah, and there's an incentive here to do it with all 3 specs, so we'll do that. But we'll go with what is most comfortable first, which is tactical. Yeah, 06, how crazy how hard flyfish were to deal with in Salmon Run. Exactly. We were talking about this a bit earlier, that it requires, first of all, cooperation and kind of implicit communication, which is always going to punish you. Unless you actually know how to work with somebody who knows how to work with you. And it requires accuracy on the part of both players. And the ink depletion on the bombs, too, is a big issue with Salmon Run Flyfish, that you're depleting ink, you only really have one good shot at it. You need both players on the Flyfish to aim at separate buckets and not miss, and not have the bomb just tumble out the side. And even leaving, say, 2 or more of them on the field just wrecks your crew, right? So Flyfish were very severely nerfed for this game, and understandably for solo. I was kind of wondering what the solution to the Flyfish would be, because no way would they leave it the same in solo, so... Yeah, you need to instantly go into ink to defeat one on your own with a full tank, and you need to have pretty good accuracy to do that. While you're also being mobbed, probably. Okay, Steel Eel, get out of the way. Turret is great against Steel Eel, actually, if you position it correctly. Okay, let's not duck under here yet until we've gotten the scrapper out of the way. I have to remember, I'm playing Squelcher, I can take advantage of range a little bit. Okay, Steel Eel. Couldn't quite get the tail within the explosion range, but we'll do just fine. Oh, Steel Eel is still up and running. That worked out. A little tight on time, but we made it through. We do have big man in reserve here, but we'll keep him until we actually need him. For major escapes. Look at how these get buffed up by the smoker. It's much more significant effect than I bargained for necessarily. That as support crew is actually very effective for its fellow Salmonids. They got an explosion on me there. Oh, Steel Eel, get out of the way. Luckily the turret did take care of that somewhat. Taking this a bit slowly, I think, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, this should do it. Living a bit dangerously. Let's continue. Long line steel eel, I think that's new. It's okay. We'll catch it. This might be a big man moment though. So we can actually get there quickly enough to swat it. Oh wow, and it just comes after you like that. Yeah, I absolutely need to get into a better position for it. Make some ink. You don't want to get in danger here just because of how much it slows you down. I'm stuck. Oh no, bot got pushed. I was hoping the bot jump would get me out of here, but let's get out. Yeah. We did get most of the way down, but this was a bit of a problem here. And we need this thing out of the way as well. Except we got it, actually. It worked out. Little bit rough, but that's okay. Love the way big man lugs the treasure chest. Now we're gonna have to do this with everybody. We'll figure out what risky reward is in good time. Rattling noise every time the bot moves. Let's see if we can finally learn more about where this thing came from. A cute little spatula. What swarms of sound is sometimes descended on spots for all the big runs from dark times in the distant past. Yeah, just a recurrent catastrophe. And they happen to be the generation that will defend Splatsville this time. Splatsville's City of Chaos. Okay. We will need to try that level with the other setups, which might be a bit tricky, but we'll make it work. I don't think we want to switch to a charger with this one. Posture might not be a bad idea, but we'll see what we can do. How was it that we opened up more powers again? It was something that we did to rank up and open up more of that. Oh yeah, no, it was just the upgrade limiter. So that's a long ways off. We're not going to get a fourth relic for some time. But in the meantime, yeah, look at that. Tactical's getting pretty far. Let's go with this because we have the meteor. It's partly powered up. In fact, I wonder if it makes more sense to go something short range like Blaster for this one. Long range Blaster. Let's try it out, actually. How long are we talking about? Not bad, in fact. As far as blasters go, that's actually not unreasonable. Yeah, maybe this is playable. We'll stick with Big Man, just to drive out of trouble in situations where we need to reposition. Particularly against something like the Steel Eel, I think Big Man might be a bit more successful here than the other two. And do we want to change anything else? No, I think we'll go with this. We really need to get rid of that guy on top. No, don't want to stomp on the head of the Steel Eel. That was a very poorly timed move. Okay, we really need to get rid of the supporting smoker on that side. Yeah, too bad about taking the loss there. Time at least is not an issue. We're being quick. But smokers need to go down much faster than I've been estimating, I think. Otherwise they do cause tons of problems. Let's chase the eel tail. I like our damage output on this. And as far as blasters go, the ink usage has not been terrible either. Get us out of trouble. Whoop, that was not out of trouble. Flanked by a small fry, and unfortunately that's a really bad start considering that we won't have a margin of error on the last part. Whoa. Oh, we're in big trouble. No. Couldn't get out. Yeah, we have a bit of a Steel Eel problem there. I like the DPS on that. I think we'll probably keep something similar. I think maybe the Meteor might not be what we want to go with there. But in general, we just have trouble getting around a Steel Eel, which for the final part of that level will likely remain an issue. Tempting to go Roller against this one, as long as the ink usage isn't too terrible. But let's stick with this. We were close, we just need to not lose, essentially. And Splatter lights are not a bad idea either. It may be because, for repositioning purposes, that splat chip might be a better choice. Maybe. Let's stick with what we have at the moment, but if we're struggling, we'll consider changing that up. Yeah, smokers need to go down. Steel eel is going to be a problem, so let's make some room. Make sure we can get in and out. No. Getting into danger much too quickly, and the thing is that danger has slow you down so much that steel eel just mobs you. That's the big problem we've been dealing with. Oh, nope. Dove in front of the steel eel again. Same mistake as before. Didn't even beat to go down to the lower level there. Yeah, so Meteor does not go well against steel eel, in fact. Because the positioning is just too far off. So, I don't know if we'd rather go splatter lights or splat chip against that, but clearly there needs to be a change. No. Just got smoked by everything. And 06 is saying, by the way, when you help or ask for help online, either they are bots or the names are anonymous for whatever reason. You think it's the latter, because the names are just sea creatures. That doesn't surprise me, given that even in Splatoon 3, seeing the names of other players is actually, I think, dependent on lockers, for instance, is actually dependent on whether you're also seeing community posts, right? I mean, you can see names of other players just sort of around in the lobby, even if you do turn off posts, but it does turn off things like the locker tags and so on. And yeah, I kind of wonder how the system there is disguised. I don't think it's bots necessarily, from what I've heard from people actually playing it as co-op, but then that's not the same as ask for help, I guess, because for some reason or other, I would assume that if you ask for help or receive help, then it doesn't want you to be stuck in a queue and waiting, right? So maybe that's different from how they handle the normal co-op. Oh yeah, and the co-op is a friend room. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I haven't played around with that at all, although it is interesting to me that the ask for help or offer help has costumes locked behind it, and I kind of assume that maybe that's not tied to having something like a Switch Online membership, that, you know, that system, if it has cosmetic unlocks behind it, probably isn't dependent on the same infrastructure, so wouldn't surprise me if it's just a bot thing instead. We'll see. So, what were we doing here? So yeah, we're still in the blaster. We're going to change this up a little bit. This is not working out that well. Neither of these are working out that well, actually. Spin wheel or meteor mid. Now we can improve the splatter light a little bit. Which room do we have here? Add vertical damage. Knockback is actually potentially good too, but... I don't know if the airborne damage matters too much here for this stage. Yeah, and the quality of the item. As you can see here, both of these are 5-pointers, but the quality does matter when it comes to the effect. So maybe we go splatter lights. Then try to get out of trouble with splash it. Then we have something a little different going on there. And I think maybe we stay with blaster on that. In general, the positioning around Steel Eel has been a major issue there, and Meteor Mid actually does not help too much when it comes to that. Yeah, because look at that. That with the quality, you can have fewer points budgeted towards the item. Oh, that's actually interesting as well, but again, not that great against Steel Eel. See if we want to change anything up here. I think we stick with it. Maybe we'll look at the help features at some point, but not at the moment. Oh. And then... oh, you can actually kind of punch through where the Steel Eel is. No, the Steel Eel just mobbed me anyway. Because I don't have good escapes right now. Maybe that's the issue with playing Blaster, is that I'm not able to get an escape route down against Steel Eel quickly enough. This is one where Brusher Roller might actually be potentially better. You just need to chase this, but then, you know, when we have the big eel down below in sub-level 3, we're still going to get into problems potentially. Yeah, just flank it like this. At least Blaster takes down the tail really quickly, which is good to have. And we can get out of here quickly. We do have Big Man charged up if we need to get out of trouble, but... yeah, Steel Eel's got to go. And that... whoop. That was not great. Let's go around. See if we can catch the tail. There we go. Yeah, because I just don't have the mobility options to get away from Steel Eel currently. And using the bot jump, of course, is something that we keep forgetting to do. Defend yourself with splatter lights. Should be able to close it out at this point as long as we grab the eggs. Okay, that's good. Only one life down so far as we go for the big eel. Yeah, no reason not to have Splatoon just up on cooldown, I think, if you're getting mobbed. But we need to get out of here a bit. Let's go, big man. Just try to burn it down quickly first. Whoa, it's here. We need to escape. Oh, and it just really mobs you right away. Got it most of the way down, but might not be enough to work with here. Let's get out. Yeah, need a really clear shot at his tail before it loops around and catches you. Got it. Okay. And we'll increase our bond with Big Man. I do think using Big Man special against the big steel eel is probably the best thing we can do there. Be confident in yourself. The complete opposite of the advice from the survival guide you brought along, yeah. Survival guide wants you to be paranoid. Error to the Manta clan and their Manta Dance showstopper. I always love it whenever silent protagonists are told that they're great listeners. Seems like it's been a recurrent Nintendo joke. Alright, let's pump our damage even further. Although gadget points are going to be pretty useful too at this point. Yeah, we've got more than enough smokers at this point to just buy this up. Maybe we should just do it. And see what the part costs are. But then maybe you can roll some that are very high rarity. Depending on what a resource dump it is, we'll conserve resources for the time being until we have a lot of the essentials done. Yeah, still don't have the correct enemy for the weapon scrapping or sufficient fly fish, but we'll get there. And then we have more notes available. Yeah, so this is the company that was hired for the flight. The company that Mechanic works for as an ace pilot at the lowest prices. Hang on, let's see what else is new. The star projector. Which we left behind. That seems significant that we didn't actually take it with us. Okay, So we're going to do a run with the speed tank, obviously. Speed tank will at least allow you to escape a bit from time to time. And what did we run with it? Oh yeah, this was the Booyarang. I was about to say Splatterang. Booyarang, rather. We won't go Dash Bomb with this. But buying up that other one, if we can afford it, the Bomb Jump might actually be helpful for the Steel Eel escapes. Yeah, we're definitely keeping Big Man for that. And do we want to do something different from the Blaster? I do like the Blaster in terms of just taking out a Steel Eels quickly, so we'll stick with it. Let's take a look here. So, in terms of parts development, well, let's take a look at it and see. So that's interesting that you can unlock one at a time. Looks like these are these all ones that we've never seen before? Let me take a look. Yeah, I guess so. Because maybe if you develop them, then I wonder if it unlocks them as a potential drop. Maybe not, no. Oh, there's even more. Yeah, delivery distance is kind of nice. I mean, currently, you know, we're spending all our points on the gadget budget anyway, so for tactics, we're kind of maxed out. We don't want to overspend on that stuff yet, but let's take a look at the blast boot. Well, what have we got currently? Actually, we still have things to assign over here. Emergency activation. We may actually take off a point somewhere here to go for emergency activation. Yeah, let's stick with that for the time being. We'll build things up later when it comes to customization. However, we can't afford this because of the fly fish, but we want to save the fly fish for the other ship construction, so we'll leave that for the time being. We may grab this one, but let's bank resources for now until we definitely know. However, I think we're maybe only one gadget off from the next bonus here. So yeah, maybe we should just pick that up, because we've got a decent surplus of Spiralite at this point. And certainly we're encountering quite a few smokers in the level we're currently working on. And we can see what the next gadget threshold gets us. Okay, that's after 2 more. Yeah, I like that follow-up explosion on it too. Hopefully the mobility gets us out of trouble a little bit with the steel eel, but we'll have to see. Okay. Oh, that was awfully dangerous. Yeah, left right into danger, which probably shouldn't have spent everything immediately and quite that way, but... Okay, bad start, but we can recover. I have to remember to save the jump for when we actually need it. Steel eel down there, let's go for it. Let's go for it. This way. There we go. We do have Big Man's power up. Yeah, too bad about the early loss, but survive it. Let's see if we can get a steel eel out of the way. But we're getting into too many problems here. Oh. It is still around. Smoker's still buffing everything up. We've got to take it out. As soon as we can. Boom. More steel eel. The emergency jump there was helpful. Okay, that was clean. Now we do want to use Big Man relatively quickly here too. Get some initial damage down on a long line. Okay, let's go. Just try to burn it down as quickly as we can. Stay on the tail. That was really quick. Just focused it down immediately. That's the way to do it. Look at that 3-star cleaner charger that we got. That went very well at the end. And look at that, there's a 3-star brush here as well. Again, we haven't really been playing Ink Brush so far. Maybe we should fix that. Okay. Let's see about the weapon guide reward, if there is one. No reward for it yet, but we'll at least have filled in all the different classes by now. Need 7 more weapons now. Let's see what's next. Might be interesting to go for hard mode plain den. I mean, it would probably have a lot of the bombs if it is a Quahog den that's going to be enhanced. So I wonder what the best setup for that one will be. I mean, we can try to muscle through what we have, I suppose. Or even go brush with it, since it's very close quarters at level. But against clusters like that, maybe Blaster is still going to be much better. Let's try the brush first of all. Let's see what the attack speed on is like. Yeah, because then we can kind of escape with it. As long as you don't deplete the ink too quickly. And then jump around. I think we'll try that. Let's try it. If it's anything like the first time that we attempted it in the standard level 8 version, it's a quick level and the experience comes in quickly even when you do fail, so let's give it a try with the brush. There must be better ways to travel. Not here, there isn't. Alright. Let's see what we have. Ink depletion is the main thing that we might be worried about here, but we'll... And look at that big stomp. That works out nicely. Okay, let's stash some ink while we can. It's gonna be a big Quahog wave at some point, I'm sure. Okay. Machine gun down everything with Big Man. That seems to work out somewhat nicely. Yeah. I might actually get this. And quickly. Almost full. There we go. 11 seconds remaining. First try. Very nice. That worked out really well. Much easier than when we saw it in its original form, given all the tools at our disposal now. And the speed plus ink brush build definitely worked out. Okay, let's see what's next. Done everything up to level 18 at this point. Except, of course... No, we've done this. We've done all three. But then... more levels down below. Okay, starting with the volcano. Now, at this point, I think we should prioritize... getting the tanks up, although... Yeah, let's go tactical again. We'll keep this set up for the time being. Actually, yeah, so the reason that this outranks this one is... no, not really. It's cheaper, but we probably do want to keep the connector damage unless we have a reason not to use those remaining points. Let's keep this. Actually, I haven't really played with the high fiver at all. I should at least see how it controls. Yeah, because then it creates a line like that. And then does a bit of sustained damage as a defensive zone. like that. For anything crossing it, it has to be accurate. I don't know if we'll go with it, but at least we know what it is. 10 wheel could be fun. See how much damage it does. And on a more open level, maybe we go Charger again just to have some fun with it. But let's see, because yeah, the 4Ks, of course, they have the full charge that does a ton of damage. But let's stick with Brush for the moment, just to see what happens. And we'll go over to whatever was next here. Volcano or cliffs? Yeah, this has opened up quite a bit, so let's go over here. Also, let's make sure we didn't miss any crates. There we go. The thing about Brush is that you get to speed through some areas pretty nicely. Also take these guys down quickly. And yeah, sometimes if you need to hit something at range, you just stand back with a bump balloons. That works nicely with Brush, in fact. Anything we missed here? No. Crates are off to the side. We'll grab those, including one that will be a scroll. Slap everything inside. Yeah, ink management is the main thing to watch out for, I think, here with the Brush, but I rather like this tactical combination with it. Oh, here's Moz. Haven't seen Moz in a while. Oh, and my habit was just to throw something at it because, you know, you'd think that you just dump a bomb at Moz, but no, you don't need to do that here. We just go for that instead. So yeah, Moz was what we were missing for the ship upgrade that we're looking for. Should have been obvious to me from the icon, in fact, but I hadn't thought about Moz as being one of the stamina bosses that we hadn't seen yet. Making sure we didn't miss any crates down below or anything. Doesn't seem so, though. It's going to be a pretty simple climb. Yeah, because look at this. It works so well with Bumbloons. Because Bumbloons basically turn the Brush into something that can hit at long range. Works beautifully together. Yeah, we'll got a compass for another level that will make it relevant. Amazing how well the rush worked out for this level. Moss. Oh, I keep instinctively just throwing at Moss. Okay, that's fine. You know what? This is a moment for Big Man to try to approach the Stinger. So we can get in close. Just to approach it safely, even if we didn't really hit it much. With Big Man at the end of the day. Just gonna loop around here to make sure we didn't miss anything else. In terms of crates or whatever else there was we could watch. You like the arena designs that are pretty subtle here in terms of the geometry of these battle sections, where you have little escape routes, little loops that you can make, strategic use of elevation, lots of things you can do. Okay, brush and tactical is fun. There will probably be some situations that are not well suited for it, but I'm liking what we're seeing currently. Really, the main limitation on playing brush is strain injury from spamming the button. More slots and more damage. Tempted to go more slots first, but no, let's just take this up to 100% first. Stay ahead of pace. And at this point, let's see what we can do. Lots more levels coming. A whole sequence there on that island. Yeah. A punch of heat. Fortunately for us, we've had a good bit of practice with the meteor mid effect already. Looks like that's actually all you use in this level, which is going to be interesting. Oh, because we have to break all the boxes. Interesting. So many crates. Okay. And we need to go back up and do some more. You actually do see a pretty clear repositioning opportunity sometimes too. Oh. There we go. Now I have it bound to L when I play with it normally, so I have to get used to it being bound on R for just this level. Yeah, because when you're in the air, you actually do get to reposition slightly when you're in that gust. Oh, whoops. Do need to jump out there properly. Oh yeah, because you're on this gust, and that's why. No wonder. Okay, pretty simple. far as demo stations go. Okay. At this point, we should go for the cliffs. I'm going to keep the current loadout, I think. Yeah, no changes here, really. Let's take a look at the new power, though. So, long range is what we've got currently, but damage increased 50% when you're in danger. I like that. In terms of just getting out of trouble. I like that much better than this one. In fact, I mean, you know, long range isn't useful to us when we're playing brush. Yeah, Ink Pro, we got a higher quality one, so that replaced it. Or is that quality? I'm not sure. Seemed to replace what we had for it previously. So yeah, we'll probably stick with that. Having a speed buff might be useful here too. We'll stick with Collector for now. Although... I mean, if we want to stay with risky reward, then we don't actually want to recover from danger that quickly, necessarily. But yeah, we'll stick with the brush. It's too much fun. Let's see what this is. Okay, was there something back here? Doesn't seem so. Follow the radar. Yeah, sure. Just chain everything here. And then... Oh. Haven't seen a drizzler all game. We'll need Big Man to make jump. Okay, ink brush. This ink brush has been amazing. Apart from the ink depletion, of course. But that's the compromise we make. Get away from the explosion. That's something that we need to remember with the enhanced cogs. Yeah, for the towers, you don't even need to jump up necessarily. You can just hit a propeller or two. Down. You remember I had issues with the brush in the side order playthrough because of the mashing? I think my first clear was actually with brush, though. I remember that counterintuitively, my first clears that were successful in side order tended to be with my worst weapons. Worst as in what I normally play in multiplayer. Like, I don't really play brush in multiplayer at all, really. Okay. Actually, after my first clear of side order, I think I only had one failure after that. I had one run that failed at around level 26, and then after that, it was clear sailing. You just needed the first clear, and then all the clears just come in after that. Start pouring. Why didn't I use my tactical gadgets here? I should have. Oh yeah, because Flyfish is just dumping on me, as usual. Even the easy mode Flyfish is dumping on us. Oop, got caught. Yeah, we don't want to be debuffed by stuff like that. Here's the Flyfish. Again, Flyfish in this game, you just hit in the middle. Add ink. Interesting. Wonder about that. Crates back there. Let's open. Missed that. Yeah, no scroll crate though. Gem squelcher. Interesting. Okay, now here's the final segment over here. Let's turn it down and you know what? We got big man up and running. Let's just use him. The flank. If we can. Whoop. There were boxes up there. All the way up there. We completely missed them. I don't think there's a way to go back, though. I see now that we missed a whole set of boxes. But I don't see an orange box there, so maybe that's not going to be too much of an issue. But yeah, unfortunately we can't retrace. Too bad about that. Oh well. While getting close to leveling up the tank. Equipable on all tanks. Oh, with something like the squid roll, I guess. Yeah, it is squid roll. Same as in side order, that there was a squid roll damage effect. And that one as well. Level 20 Squelcher, very nice. We'll probably switch to it at some point if we're sick of the brush. Or if we need to go long range or something. Actually, we probably did have enough of Moz to continue constructing a ship, didn't we? Yeah, okay, weapon scrapping. This is long overdue. Actually, it was with the Drizzler's Mask, not with Moz. Well, we're absolutely getting this. Yeah, we need to smash some weapons. Okay, so let's go down by level here and we can get rid of most of this stuff, actually. Down to a certain point. Certainly all the commons. I mean, maybe we keep some of the other ones in case we have some reason to level them up. But no, leveling up with pumping weapons and paying into them only gets them up at +5 level anyway. So maybe we just take out everything that's not on the early pages. Multi-select. There is a multi-select as well, so... And there's also a maximum count of weapons in your stash, so it makes sense to just destroy. And yeah, the gaming stage, you had to lurk for a while and you were getting ready for bed, but thank you so much for sticking around and lurking actively or inactively, and glad to hear that you enjoyed as much of Star Fox as you did, and I'm sure you'll be out and about in Splatoon Raiders yourself, which I believe you had started a few days ago, I think. And so you enjoy this game as well, on your own terms. Let's not scrap everything that's highest level because we want some low quality ones. Let's say we lock all of the ones up to say 17 or so we still have some things like Brellas, but then we scrap all the low quality ones up to this point because we have better options for all those classes. Oh, we actually never tried this lightweight Brella. Yeah, let's lock everything up to 16 here, and then we'll scrap the rest. That is down low. Does it ask you to confirm? Well, it doesn't show you what's there, so let's do that. Ah, okay, and then you can confirm it before you actually fully scrap it. So then you can deactivate anything that's been excessively selected. Okay, sure, let's do that. I'm not even going to look at this stuff. Right. No materials off of it, unfortunately, but let's unlock some of this stuff now. Yeah, because even if it's low quality, there might be some weapon classes that we still want access to at all times. And even some of these ones down here at level 10 that are higher quality, we might want to do something about them. Yeah, full charge 5700 on this one, for example, but then a few levels down it kind of approaches it. Maybe we'll get rid of everything up to this point, because we don't really need these. And then you can select like this. Okay. And the higher quality ones give you a lot of scrap back, in fact. Have we gotten a Splatoon yet? No, I haven't. Or a Stringer. Stringers in this game, we don't have them yet. But we have both kinds of Brellas now, at least, and we've had some additional classes. Love that we're picking up Squelchers, since it's very comfortable for us. We haven't had very many Splatlings or Sloshers, but they are here. Yeah, at some point we should actually upgrade more of the test range, since we have such a bank available at this point. Oh, and more arcade games as well. But maybe we should just grab the rest, as we can easily afford it, so... we can regret it later. Well, we might as well budget for all of this stuff right now. Oh. Until the next upgrade, of course, on the hideout ship, which may or may not unlock something else here. Yeah, I just needed to spend about 7k on that. It was reasonable. Let's take a look at the new game. Juggling. Love how there actually is a CRT filter effect on this too. Okay, we can't... Oh, hang on. Oh, okay, no, we need to... Wait a minute. Oh, it's with both sticks, I see. Move both sticks. Took me a moment to understand that. What is ZL and ZR for slide? I'm not exactly sure. Okay, well, it'll understand what's going on here. And then there's an incentive to, you know, move around and collect shards, but we'll collect them by accident while we focus on juggling mainly. It's really not too bad. Nearly missed that one, but a lot of visual distractions going on at this point, so... Oh, and there's more juggling coming. Whoop, nearly missed. Oh, we did miss one. Yeah, so you go until you lose all 3 hearts then. And we could have gotten off to a much better start too if we just understood it quicker. Still don't know what the slide buttons are. Settle and Zeta don't seem to do anything for me. We're just going sticks. At the moment, whoops. Maybe there's a fast move. Oh yeah, okay, I see. It has to be while you're moving the stick, then you slide. Interesting. Harder than flea juggling? Maybe so. Really not that bad, actually. We'll take the B for now. We'll get more of that at some later point. Yeah, I was wondering which juggling game that was reminding me of. Okay. Let's see what's next. This is a den. What even is that? I'm trying to read the icon there for the main salmonid. That flyfish? I can't tell. In which case we should probably not go brush, but we'll maybe continue. Oh, you know what? Let's see it. Let's see what this is. What even is this? Oh, I see. It's drizzlers. Okay. Leafy drizzlers. Let's not let them drizzle too much then. Actually, brush is working out pretty well for this. Because our damage output has been decent. Okay, I have to not let them get storms all over the place. We just keep their numbers under control. I think we're generally okay. That was easy. And it's going to max out the super tactical tank, and so let's power that up in just a moment. Let's see what the next requirement on it will be. Fishbone punk outfit, interesting. ultra tactical tank. So yeah, now we have an additional slot. One of them can be power tank, so we can use maybe the meteor mid or maybe the splatolites in conjunction with this. I mean, yeah, we'll really be able to vary up the build at this point. And yeah, the ultra tank I think is maxed out, so it just counts how many eggs you have from this point. Interesting that the mixing and matching is only limited to the power tank, but let's see about that. Yeah, meteor mid kind of gets you out of trouble potentially. And so does the splatolites. We're going meteor mid. And then can I change around the slots a little bit? Let's see. Yeah, we'll leave it on A. I mean, it'll need a little bit of retraining, but I think that'll be fine. Let's see. I've been playing Brush. Level 22 roller might be interesting. Yeah, so at this point we now can mix and match some of this stuff too. Some of this is interesting. Also, let's see this. So, oh, this is from scrapping 10 weapons. Fishbone punk outfit. Really goes well with the sort of pinkish purple that we have going on. But that'll change here and there, of course. We'll stay with the red paradise today. We'll collect some more as we go. Now, I think at this point, maybe the sensible thing to do is to keep leveling up tanks. So let's go back to this one. And then there'll be maybe a bit of a rock, paper, scissors thing going on where, you know, speed can have tactical as a sub and... or... okay, tactical can have power as a sub. Power might have speed as a sub. Speed might have tactical as a sub. For all we know. Okay, so let's go with the power tank once again. And maybe go back to the meteor mid setup. Or we'll figure it out. What works well with brush, if we want to go brush? Actually, well, if we're not dealing with the steel eel nonsense that we had earlier, we maybe just go back to mid. Mid and spin wheel. Like that. And, you know, maybe we'll play around with roller a bit. Actually, let's try to jam squelcher with this, because then we have something long range and then we have the other things here for short range. Actually, it makes more sense in that case to go splash it. And we'll see what's next. Yeah. Because then we clear space with splash it if needed. Oh, this is going to be one of those super open levels, so maybe we'll be able to level up the tank right away for all we know. Let's see it. Yeah, because we can basically hit things from long range and then... oh. Okay. we'll need to get rid of some of this. Push through a bit. What am I even dealing with here? Defeat the enemies. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, simple enough. I'm glad that has a little pointer on it when you try to mine and there's still enemies up and running. Diner Jewelries. But yeah, it makes it easy to see what you're missing and where you should be headed. Let's go for that steel eel here. And this is why you play Squelcher, so you can just take out the slime and lid from far away. Keep me up and running for when we need him. Probably save him for approaches to stingers or other faraway threats that we can't get to quickly enough. Whoa. Whoa, that was a mistake. Just got a bit trapped there. We should have done the slam there. I mean, we have it available. But Meteor Mid, as we discovered, is not great against Steel Eel simply because you might not land in the right place at all. I don't know if there were any crate areas or anything to check here, but let's look around a little bit just in case. Yeah, you're saying the stage is really open? We can tell. And as before, with any of these stages, we've usually been getting all the way to the full times 2.0. Collecting the maximum number of power eggs. It's been worthwhile to do it. We can probably max out the power tank if we go for that. And look at that. Oh, red objective over there. We'll go for that first. Oh, we're standing too close to that. Okay, let's lower this. Not that we need to with a Squelcher, we can just take everything out from afar. Oh, ooh, got trapped. Okay. Fast jump. Okay. You know what? Let's go big man here and just clear some space. That was actually not very effectively used, but that's okay. You're saying maybe it's a little too open? Movement speed is slow even with the relic. Yeah, it depends on what you're building. I mean, you know, obviously it would go brush or something. it's not an issue. But it is true that up to this point, Splatoon, and particularly Splatoon single player, has been in very dense spaces. I mean, when they're big, it tends to be because there's a lot of vertical stacking going on, and that a lot of the movement speed is scaled accordingly. Because here I was definitely feeling with running the tent umbrella type and the other open level where we had it, that I was consistently just outpacing umbrella in terms of where I wanted to go, and so we didn't wind up shielding behind it simply because everything was going so slowly. Let's flank the scrapper. Yeah, that group den that we've seen before. We'll go for the red again. Now, there are lots of spaces that we haven't even begun to explore yet, and which we may want to keep in mind in case there are crates specifically, like scrolls, that we haven't picked up, because, again, it seems like we haven't seen that many of them in recent memory. It does feel like we've been missing lots of scrolls on various stages, particularly the open stages. We'll see. Clearly there's something up there that we can maybe attempt to reach. Let's take a look. Actually, no, you have to approach it from that side. Okay, I see. We'll explore that area. Yeah, because you've got bridges like this where, you know, you pretty much have to walk unless you're flying over. Oh, that was dangerous. Gotta get the big shot out of the way. Let's do something about that. Oh, I've got Squelcher. We're gonna stand back and snipe it. Really shouldn't be a problem. Come on. Okay, let's go to the higher position because we hadn't really explored the part of the level yet, and I do want to see it. Oh, flyfish. Gotta get rid of this. Kind of wonder what the salty variant of flyfish is going to be, and whether it's still going to be easier than salmon run flyfish, as it probably would be. Yeah, no crates or anything up here though. Actually, it does feel like we're getting through this pretty quickly, even compared to the other open levels. Looks like there's another boost all the way back there that maybe we want to take a look at. On the far end that we might not have spent a lot of time with yet. There we go. Thought it was something like that. Oh. Gotta spend some of that stuff on cooldown. And avoid the bomb. And we're at the full 7200, so let's just wrap it up after this. Yeah, I still can't see how crates for scrolls are tracked in terms of figuring out which level we would need to revisit to pop more boxes. That's something that we just don't know yet. Because if there is some indication for that, I did not notice it. Oh, getting drizzled down here. Where is it? Okay, that was taken care of. Over here, there we go. Minus? There we go. Didn't tap it accurately the first time. Crystal meat drill. And power tank did in fact get maxed out there. And we got Diner Julie's. And finally we got a stringer. This is the first stringer that we've seen. Okay. Let's continue. Ultra squid. Super power tank. And now we have tank surge. Yeah, we haven't really been deliberately using the super tank abilities all that often. I mean, when it happens, it happens. But this is something that we should keep in mind when it comes to just swimming sufficiently. And, of course, we have an incentive to get this over 30k. Everything will work together nicely when it comes to leveling up. Plenty of point budget for this. And indeed, this is still better. Big boost on a slash area if we want to increase the point budget at some point, but we'll look at that in a bit. Yeah, we might want to go speed for the next level just because we have an incentive to power that up. If so, well, let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. Maybe we'll go was tempted to go to dualies. But before we do that, let's see what we're dealing with. So yeah, next one is a den. It's a slam and lid den, which means we're going squelcher. We want nice long range. And if we go for something like a speed tank build, let's see what makes most sense. I think we still keep these. And if it is slam and lid, I think naturally we should go fry. Okay, let's do that next. Oh, slamming lids all over the place. Yeah, we better jump on the bot if I could for a moment. Well, I could not see what was happening there. Can't see where I am, actually. Yeah. Okay, we need to get out of here. Come on, bot. Get over here. Let's jump out of trouble. Seems to be the way to do it. Up. Well, that was a bad place to jump. Never mind. That's okay. If I can heal up, then I'm fine. Okay. In a bit of trouble. I really need bot jump. Yeah, this is saying you absolutely have to use the bot for this to do it properly. Of course, conveniently jumping on top of the slamming lid works too, if you can do it. It won't be fast enough though, I don't think. We did level up at least. Yeah, we can do it. Just need to keep things under control, use the bot more aggressively, and not get mobbed. I'm gonna stick with it. Okay. Yeah, bot jump does everything for you here. Clear some space, and after you clear some space, you jump up again. In danger though, just watch out. Bot, can we jump? No, got deflected. Really need the bot, come on. Missed. No space. Getting there, but there's room for improvements. Come on, bot, get over here. Okay, just a little bit more. We can go for it right now, actually. Here we go. 3 seconds remaining, but we made it. That gets us over the 30k for the speed tank as well. And we'll have another situation where we're running with 3 tanks. All 3. So let's see about that. Yeah, I can't avoid everything right now. May actually go pure damage. Like that. But for now, we go back to tactical. We'll see, we still want to go Squelcher for the next one, but we'll see what we're dealing with. Buried Ruins. I kind of want to go back to the brush. But I guess it depends on what we're facing. We're going with that. Let's go back to Big Man just to potentially get out of trouble. And let's take all 3 characters to this one. Okay, who's left? Who wants to get slapped? Oh yeah, and you get the emergency off the meteor mid as well, which is nice, because I needed it at that precise moment. Yep. It was a little bit rough. Okay, that stinger needs to go. Stinger really needs to go. Wow. Yeah, the stinger's causing problems here. Double stinger, no wonder. It's okay, let's redo. Yeah, too many deaths there early on. We can do better. I think the setup is still fine. I don't know that we want to go rush for this one, though. We'll stick with it for the moment, but we might need to rethink. Yeah. Yeah, stingers have to go down quickly. And flyfish too. Oh, that's smoked already. Steel eel. Yeah, let's see what we can do here. There we go. You see, what was so hard about that? Just needed to pay attention. Okay, stinger and steel eel. Let's take him down. No, so close. Just needed one more, really. Yeah, I was saving Big Man here, but we'll probably want to use him on whoever's next. Refill still ahead. Interesting. We better go for it right away. Okay. Bad guy. Danger, danger. There we go. No, I think my other two tanks might struggle a bit with this at the moment. But I guess we'll find out. Ancient summon a civilization around here. Well, they've long collapsed and become reduced to slapping things with kitchen implements. Something about sending a map with the location of the islands before heading back home. I think that deep cut of their exploration here, just been totally baited into coming here to activate something ancient. Like the bot, for instance. Well, there you go. Just so happens that all three of their ancient families are bound up in this. Let's take a look at the map first, and we'll decide whether we want to redo with the other two tanks first, before we see what's next. Yeah, I think for today's purposes, maybe we'll redo this level with the other two tanks, and we may call it after that. We'll see, depending on how we're doing for time. It would be nice to get to the second major boss today, but it might still be pretty far off given that we have two new islands to deal with here. So we'll pace ourselves appropriately. This looks like it's going to be a challenge with whatever it is we're taking. I think we want to go back to Squelcher, particularly against Big Shot. But we do have a plastic bottle splatter shot. Could go back to splatter shot. Now let's go to Squelcher again. And we'll go with superpower attack for the moment. Anything different we can do here? Not necessarily. I think we definitely do keep Meteor and splash it for some short range clearance. I think it makes sense. Do we keep Big Man for this? Or does it make sense to maybe go with Shiver for a fairly clear target to burn down? I think we'll stick with Big Man for this one. Helps us clear some space too, so. Okay, let's try not to get too mobbed. Stinger's got to go down. Forgot that I still had Meteor on L rather than A on this build. Instinctively went for A. Okay, that didn't go too badly. I actually want to go Big Man now, and then just clear what we can early. And rebuild our egg bank from here. Still missing Steel Eel all this time, and then unfortunately that gets us into danger. Ooh, that was unfortunate. We just had a bad landing on a Steel Eel, and that was entirely at fault there. to remember, it's L, not A, for the meteor currently. Probably do it at this point. We just need one more big egg. And we do have Big Man charged up again, which is great. Let's clear all we can, actually. Standing too close for this. There we go. Bit rough, but we made it. And we got a steam blaster. Might go with that. Yeah, we'll stay with that. We want to go for gadget slots at this point. I think we do. But let's see what we can do to build here. Not much on that. Let's add that single point. Let's see how we do. Might be a bit shaky given the lack of something like the meteor to get you out of trouble. Yeah, this might do ink usage on the blaster. That's always a bit of a concern, potentially. And then we can take those out really quickly, at least. Yeah. I'm gonna steal Elo's still up here. Oh, we got this thing. Just several of them, I guess. Doing okay for time, but too many stingers to work with here, perhaps. Let's just fill this before we take too much damage here. I said before we take too much damage here. There we go. Too close. We'll get Big Man up and running right away at the beginning of this stage. take stuff out quickly. Wasn't actually that effective. We went the wrong way with that. Heal up here we can. There we go. Almost there. A little bit close, but we got it. Yeah, we'll start up with Big Man, I think. A little bit. See what we can do. Whoa. There we go. Small explosion. Yeah, I guess if you used it in conjunction with the distant pickup on the power eggs, that might work together quite well. Yeah, looks like we're not reaching the next mythic one rather today. Just yet. Let's see how we're doing currently. We haven't really worked on the gadget parts yet, but let's see what we have currently with the remaining points we have available. Explosion when it returns, eventually when we have room for it. At the moment, it does make sense to continue powering up as many of the tanks as we can. Maybe we just stay on speed for the time being then. Yeah, and we'll eventually disassemble a lot of these lower level ones as well, since we're not really looking at them at this point. Maybe it does make sense to clear off even more space. let's get rid of all the commons below 17, perhaps. Although even some of the squelches here are redundant at this point. We got much better, so we'll keep stuff like the roller here because we've got that going, but yeah, some of these rollers are a little bit different from each other when it comes to the stats. Like, look at the turbine roller; it's fantastic for inking on go. In terms of damage, it is very much a turfing roller. But some of the weapons that have just been flat out superseded by others will take out. We'll leave stuff like the stringer because we haven't really had a chance to mess with it yet, but yeah, so long tarp umbrella. Actually, we'll keep it in. It was pretty slow, but might be situationally valuable still. We'll just simplify a bit so it's a little more comprehensible around here. And again, let's look at the map here. We have 20 on some of this. Yeah, finished all those. So there'll be this den. And then, okay, so now I see the indicator for the scrolls. I actually totally didn't notice it before, but you can in fact see where you're missing scrolls on various levels and where you're missing compasses for that matter, because at the cliffs here I did see the boxes at a high location that we didn't reach for instance, so that'll be something worth replaying for. That we can go for all the scrolls accordingly, and the lava lake I kind of expected that maybe we're missing something. So now at least we see where it is in the interface. Missing compasses here too. So we'll probably want to double back for some of that soon enough, just to make sure we get collectibles and explore the levels properly. Okay, good. So let's see where to locate that now. So yeah, still between that kind of collection and the compasses that we're missing that will give us additional sampler levels and even more to see before we get to Mythic Summoted number 2. There is lots for us to work with here. Feels like eventually the map is going to fill out and then center around whatever is here at the heart of the spiral where the light at the beginning was located. Shooting down surrounding helicopters. For now, though, I think what we'll do is we will play juggling once more since I got a chance to understand it after fumbling the opening. And then maybe we'll close out for the day after that. Yeah, so you have to be moving to get the slide interaction as an emergency. You start out with 5 hearts. We wasted a few of them right away last time from not understanding the game. Okay, let's watch out for the lid here. Oh, there's an arena audience in the back. Just enjoying the show. This is quite good. It's my favorite of the available arcade games so far. So simple and yet so satisfying. Oh, we're getting up to 5 now. Might have to start using a slide soon from time to time. Whoop. Dropped one. So it's starting to fall apart a little bit here, but whoop. Okay, rank B. I don't even know what the top left meter is. But we didn't really take a look. Anyway, that was satisfying. Okay. I think on that note, we are going to be finished for the day, so we'll be continuing this as often as we're able to get on over the course of the next week, or however long it takes. Certainly there's lots and lots to do, given that you've got 2 difficulties for every level and all the collectibles that we've been missing so far when it comes to scrolls and compasses and whatever else. And we'll probably be able to push on to the second mythic boss on the next session as well. One last thing, let's see if we had anything else in terms of costumes here that we didn't take a look at already. Starting to fill this in a little bit. This is still a question mark, interesting. Yeah, and then more clues on Spicy will get you some clothing as well. And for powering all the tanks, eventually we'll need to do a bit of multiplayer for some of these outfits. But we're getting there. Oh yeah, so eventually we want to upgrade weapons as well. But I'm going to save resources until we have weapons that are really high level to make that worthwhile, I think. Scan the Splatoon series amiibo excluding Splatoon Raiders amiibo. So this is something that we do have access to. Maybe we should actually use that at some point. But then you do need Raiders amiibo to get these outfits. They look rather lovely with each of the corresponding colors. So we'll try to keep that in mind for next time. And figure out which costume we'll change to in that session. For now, though, I think we'll close out the day here with this having been achieved. So, thanks for watching. And until we come back for even more of Splatoon Raiders in the sessions ahead, a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be doing, and as always, fare thee well.